Hey guys, welcome to another Legacy Enchantress video. This is Spatula of the Ages. We're going to be doing something slightly different today, but not too much. We're doing the Legacy Challenge. That'll start in about 6 minutes. So far there's 58 people. Let's see, we need to get in the top 32 to get our money back. I mean, that's like just a little bit more than 50%. So that's pretty good. Yeah, assuming that several more join us in the next few minutes. Yeah, so any names I recognize here? Not yet. Okay. So anyway, a couple days ago, I 5-0'd in a league. I didn't record it, but this is the list I was running. It's pretty similar to what I've been running, but I made some changes to slim the curve a little bit. So the Ixalan's Binding became a second O-Ring. That was a hard call. It's also a hard call whether a second O-Ring is better than Banishing Light. I like O-Ring's interactions with Invocation and its ability to hide things. O-Ring is also slightly better against Sneak and Show because usually a lot of them are running Cunning Wish now. But usually they have a less dedicated wish board than Omnitel, and their answer would be Bounce, but they can't bounce Oblivion Ring underneath a Omniscience, because then it'll just like permanently exile it. Whereas they could with a Banishing Light, because Banishing Light says it's one clause instead of two clauses. Banishing Light's advantage would be that it's castable into an empty field. Anyway, so that became that. The Eidolon of Blossoms became the fourth Living Wish. So my enchantment count is slightly lower, but this way I can run more of a dedicated wish board. So I've got 11 wish targets now. And then for non-wish targets, I've got Back to Basics, Double Choke, and In the Eye of Chaos. Let's see, so like the fifth card that like was a... I guess it actually was Sealed Primordium, yeah, it became a Fixing Revoker. I was just missing this guy as a wish target. Like, he's really versatile. So yeah, so he's back. And then Wickerbow Elder became Kazali Pride Mage, again, just to slim the curve. And even though, like, Living Wish isn't, like, often it'll be the same price as Eidolon, it's spread out, and it does allow you to, like, have greater access to like Spore Frog, Caracas, or Fairy Macabre, all of which are cheaper. Recently I switched Aegis of the Gods as the enchantment wish target to Courser of Carufix. I like her right now. She's good against mana denial strategies, helping you hit extra land drops, especially when you like board in against when you like take out the wishes and board her in. What you're generally doing against either burn or mana denial strategies is when you do that, primarily. So, yeah, I've been liking her. She's also, like, sort of a compromise. She's better against the grindy decks than Aegis is. I mean, I guess not against Grixis Control, but she's better against Miracles, just because she does offer some form of card advantage on her own, even though, like, you know, sometimes you don't hit it, but, like, sometimes clearing lands off the top is good, and if you don't, it means you're drawing into threats usually, except pretty much except for like wild growths or like grasses in like the Miracles matchup. But like, yeah, so I mean, you've got like a bunch of lands or threats on top of your library, so like generally she's going to be good against them, and they're not going to want her to be around. And the life gain and toughness of 4 make her good against the aggro decks as well. Yeah. So, how much time we got left here? We got a minute. So yeah, so this was the first online result that I've put up since Invocation was released. It's you know, MTG Top 8 actually printed this, but I guess I'd never realized how literal their name was. Like when they print results from a competitive league, they like literally just pick 8 decks from the list and print those and not the others, which seems truly bizarre to me. Um, like that's actually probably just worse than not reporting it, because then you're like randomly skewing the perception of the metagame, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, so we've talked in previous videos about the metagame. Like, it's a little sad to see Miracles and Grixis Control not as strong as they were, because those are both quite good matchups. Grixis Delver is a good matchup. The metagame is like really open right now, which is good. You know, for the metagame overall, it's not necessarily as great for us, especially Enchantress players running Living Wish, because like your Wish board, you know, it's easier to tune it if you can more accurately predict the field. But you know, it's good for the metagame overall. And so Blue Red, Delver, and Burn are definitely like on the increase. So like a second confinement might be a good idea, but we are running like life gain in the form of Knight of Autumn and Courser, and then we also can bring in the Eye of Chaos against those decks. So so I think we're okay. So this is the list I'm running today. Let me get that a little bigger for you. Oh, we're up. Okay. So this hand's not fast, but we are on the play. We've got Wish, Invocation as backup, and O-Ring as, but we don't have an enchantment to copy. This hand really isn't great, but I don't think you can mulligan it either. We're gonna, like, rely on drawing an enchantment before we cast Invocation, so the next 2 cards, or, it's really not great. Kentaro Fukori. Come on, I thought I had. Okay, you know what? Forget it. I'll keep. That's a hard call. I could lead with the Bayou maybe to make them try to figure out what I'm on, but Stoneblade or Miracles. Well, the good news is those are both very good matchups. I see. It's more. We're still a ways from casting the Doomwake. I'd rather the Bayou be destroyed than the fucking Trop, because I'm gonna want to cast that Invocation presumably. And I'm definitely not gonna like slow roll the threats here. In a way, it can be good if they want to like use a counter on Living Wish, because then you don't lose value on the future wishes. Whereas if they counter the thing you get, then your future wishes become less valuable, which is relevant against Miracles and Stoneblade, because they're both a little bit on the slower side. Obviously, especially so against Miracles. So this is tough. I actually might not want to get the Argothian, because no, I'm gonna go for it. I don't know. There could be an argument for getting the Courser. I'm still just worried about the fact that the Invocation doesn't have anything to copy yet, but you know, presumably we'll either draw lands to be able to. We're going to spend in our next turn casting Argothian anyway. I mean, they can answer it with a Judgment or a you know, Terminus, but so I think there's no reason not to actually just go ahead and do the Zenith. Like, they could have a Spell Pierce, but I'd rather like save. I'd rather maximize my mana use here. So. Back to basics would actually be really brutal here. Interesting. I don't think either of these decks really are likely to have Spell Snare. I guess Stoneblade could have a random Spell Snare that maybe he was holding, or they were holding. Planes sort of suggest Miracles rather than Stoneblade, though. Back to basics would be really brutal here. I really hope that they don't have that. I think I'm actually going to do the presents. One, I think they're more likely they could. I'm going to put them on Miracles at this point, so they could have a Terminus more easily than, like, they probably have like one Judgment at most as an answer to a Resolve Presence. But that way the Sanctum will generate mana. Alright, so that's good. Alright, in case of back to basics, we're definitely going to put this on the basic. You don't want to run out multiple Argothians against them. Yeah, okay, so there was a Spell Snare. Because of Terminus? Although Spell Snare does suggest Stoneblade. Well, Ground is really good against these decks, regardless, because of Snapcaster, like, and the fact that it cycles. So basically, it's another like 2-mana thing that they kind of have to counter. We're gonna go ahead and use that now. Let's see. Next turn we'll have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana, unless they do something like unless they back to basics. I'm actually pretty scared to back to basics right now, so I think I'm gonna get the Courser because I can cast it even if they do that. It blocks a Snapcaster, and it can help me make sure I don't miss future land drops. It could, like, eat up. They did Brainstorm, so they're probably twice now, so they've probably gotten rid of any swords that they have. I obviously don't really care about the 2 damage. Okay, Jace is good. You kind of want them to have stuff like to play Jace or Counterbalance or anything, really, because like otherwise your Oblivion Reins sit in your hand. One of the worst things is if they like play it really slow, and like your Oblivion Reins don't count for anything until they've drawn like 1,000,000 cards. That's the opposite of what you want. I think we'll go ahead and play this as a presence. We'll still have 2 green available plus Sanctum, so I think that's good. Now they could have the main deck explosives. That would probably be the roughest thing. Yeah, we'll go ahead and pay that. That's fine. I think I'm not really worried about Wasteland, so I'm going to go ahead and Corsair and then Sanctum into Oblivion Rain. That seems like the right move to me. Although, I guess there's a question of how much I care about the... Yeah, I guess I don't really care if they get an extra Brainstorm. At that point, they're paying 4 mana for double Brainstorm, which isn't the most broken thing in the world. I'm drawing way more cards than them. I think I'd rather, if they do drop it back to basics, I'm going to want to be able to drop that second Sanctum, so I'll just go ahead. Let's go ahead and name blue. So this says they've been on Stoneblade recently, but this really looks more like Miracles. I don't know. Are they running basic planes? Yeah, they are. Okay, it's probably that then. Yeah, true name. Okay, so it is Stoneblade. Stoneblade's probably slightly better than Miracles is, but they're both good matchups. Yeah, there's no reason not to do this. Oh, I meant to, never mind, whatever. I think I'm gonna go ahead and beta counter. Oh, I don't know why I didn't play the fucking forest off the top of my library. And might as well just get another wild growth here. Okay. So against Stoneblade, against Miracles, your plan's a little more straightforward. You like take out usually at least 2 grasses and confinement, and then bring in like chokes. It's reasonable to assume they went 7-0 last week with this, so it feels likely they probably wouldn't want to change too much since they did so well. So we should probably expect probably surgicals, counterbalances, definitely disenchant, explosives. I would say the swords would come out, presumably the GTA. If I were them, I'd probably take out GTA, Batter Skull, like the whole fucking Stoneforge package. It's just not good against us. They've got a fair bit to bring in. Explosives, surgical, presumably, like, or possibly Flusterstorm, even though it's situational. I would want to bring in Choke for sure. I'm going to go ahead and say Confinement isn't good here, and we can cut at least 1 grass. I'll do this off to the side so you guys can follow more easily. Is there a way to increase the size on this thing? Yeah, alright. So yeah, so grass can come out. Right, what else did I take out? Confinement can come out. We probably want to bring in either Knight of Autumn or Pride Mage. Even if they do take out their equipment, they'll still have counterbalance. Knight of Autumn is probably just more flexible, so that's probably the one we want, because if we draw it and there's nothing to hit, we can just make a 4/3 that can attack planeswalkers and stuff. I guess probably over a second grass, although choke and grass is better, and they are on the play, which makes their aggressive starts a little scarier. Or if they're on the play, maybe we can take out one wild growth, just because we want to increase our threat density, I think. If you're on the play, you don't want to do that because you want to raise them to counterspell. Are they even running counterspell? No. I mean, we still have 27 mana sources, so you know, we should be fine, especially because we're on the draw. So like we're less likely to miss a land drop being on the draw, just because we get that extra card. Alright, well. This hand doesn't do anything. It's got a fast start. We see an extra card, and I can buy time if they're going to go for an aggressive hand, but I'm really kind of worried about threat density, and this hand doesn't have it. At the same time, mulliganing reduces threat density, obviously, although the scry is more valuable. At the end of the day, we've got a 5-land hand. I think we have to mulligan it. Okay, fine. We really need a land here. Actually, should we mulligan this? Double grass is only good if they've got an aggressive start, and I do think they play Wasteland. No, they don't. There's no Wastelands. Huh. Alright, well, let's hope that that's still true. We're going to have to ship that, even though it could be good. But we need our second land drop. Okay, let's hope that they're still not on Wasteland, because otherwise we're kind of bound here. I've already got blue, although, yeah. The situation makes choke a lot worse. Let's say white would be the one that we would want next, and if we draw all basic forests, we're going to want that mana fixing. So let's really hope that this is an accurate list. You know, you would figure if somebody goes 7-0, they're not going to like be likely to switch it up too much. You know? So we'll lead off with the Argothian, obviously, rather than Living Wish, because like Living Wish has more value. The more time lapses, you know, the more you can determine what it is you really might need. The situation really makes even if this had been a Savannah or a Bayou, it'd be better, because like even though like you generally don't want to put, obviously you don't want a wild growth like non-basics if you can help it, like because if they do have a random wasteland, they can just like blow us the fuck out. Well, you would have expected them to. Let's hope they don't have that spell snare. Make a judgment. It'd be not the end of the world. They can't explosives this turn. I mean, they could hit this. That'd be annoying. But, you know, we could draw out of it. We'd have 2 cards to draw another land. Nice. Alright, so we'll just start off with Ground Seal here. They don't run days, right? Obviously we want them to not counter this, but it's okay if they do, because we still drew a card off of it. And this does shut off. If they brought in Surgical, it shuts that off, and it also stops Snapcaster, obviously. So, okay, that's fine. We're going to play the grass. It's basically just going to draw a card and save us 2 life, I suppose, but that's okay. We've got another to fall back on. We're probably not going to pay the upkeep because we're going to want the next turn to have that 3 mana open to play Invocation, copy and sprawl, targeting a free land so that we can Get more mana, draw more spells, the whole Enchantress shebang. Oh, they do play counterspell. Why did I think they didn't? I wonder how they did board. Obviously, the swords you would expect to come out. Although, I mean, like, Death in Texas leaves a couple in because they're super dead to Doomwake. I think they're not as dead to Doomwake. Like, obviously, he's good against them, but I would think they'd probably prefer a lot of other cards over. Over swords, that is. So we do expect Supreme Verdict. So we still probably don't want to like walk the second Enchantress in if they don't kill her this turn, that is, which they could. It's annoying, but we did bring in. We've got a number of outs to that, and we've also got a varied enough curve that it doesn't necessarily blow us out of the water anyway. Right now, if they don't have a Brainstorm, it's random. If they do have a Brainstorm, it's rough. Well, I do think they're more likely to hit 3s than Miracles are. Whatever. Whatever, we're still going to go with the plan that I was talking about. We're going to start with Invocation, see if it gets countered. Even if it does, we draw a card. Brainstorm. Alright. Well, our ground seal shuts off, or limits the number of brainstorms they can have, right? Like, any other card they have to do on their turn and kind of predict what we're going to cast. With Brainstorm, it's obviously a lot better for them because they get to actually control it in response. So this will be countered. No, it won't be. Well, if you're not going to counter it, maybe I want to just start drawing cards then. I don't want them to destroy my ground seal either. Yeah, fuck it. Sure, there's a lot of million rushes. This isn't great against counterbalance. Obviously, you want to vary your costs. But we are going to get that extra card in our upkeep with ground seal. That signals a hard cast for us well, don't it? We'll make that decision after we draw a card. I'm going to go ahead and pay for it. Why not? I don't think I'm going to be able to cast more than one. Well, I don't know. I guess I could have cast that choke. Let's try the Living Wish. Just because mainly we've got like so many anyway. So many 2-drops, I mean. Well, again, we know that they don't have it, so no way, that's good. Yeah, I'd still rather have the Living Wish. We can let this grass go. It's not really doing anything. I know I said I didn't want to walk multiple Argothians in, but I also... Well, they've only got 3 cards left. We know they have a Force of Will, though. Sort of trying to just bait the Force of Will, to be honest. It's not the end of the world if it gets... Feels Brainstorm, so this will be countered, right? That's okay. I think I do want to check here, even though I lose this land. I've only got 3 cards. We know this won't be countered by the counterbalance. Well, they could crack their fetch, but that's fine. We draw other cards, so we're still happy. Think about what we want to wish for. It could be like if they don't put a 1 on top with Brainstorm, we could like just go off. So now Doomwake looks good. We're gonna have a lot of cards this turn. We might want the mana. I think we do. Start with the free card and test their counterbalance. Okay, well, we know there's a 2 on top, so let's not do anything stupid like walk into it with Ground Seal or Growthian or Living Wish. We can... Okay, there we go. There's our answer. So we can... Oh, we don't need to do that just yet. What just happened? Let's make them crack that fetch and try to find a 1. Or see if they don't want to. Okay, they don't want to. They want to stick with that. Alright. That's good. That's good for us. We can just go off. We'll be able to Knight of Autumn. Now, they have to obviously, well, they could Brainstorm, get their Disenchant. But if they put a 3 on top, then we clear the way for Living Wish. Can actually just Doomwake as well. Oh, they can still like draw like, whatever the Wrath of God thing is called. Alright, or we just clear the way. Yeah, I think we can just do those. Clear their board. They've got 2 cards in hand at that point. If Could draw choke really good. Or replenish, I suppose. Replenish would be really good. Yeah, it's over. Alright, well, that was round one. So, how much time do we have left? 29 minutes? Alright, so I'll obviously be back for round two. I'm not gonna like talk all the way through this. So I will see you guys there. Hey guys, welcome back. Round two hasn't started yet. We're still waiting on one more match, but it should just be a minute. Just brought it back a little bit early to talk about the deck list I'm running today. So recently I've been on this thing that's sort of like a Witch House hybrid. So like Witch House is the Living Wish version. It tends to, like, one thing about it is like a heavy concentration of green spells. This is sort of like a hybrid because we are running blue for Invocation. So this is a 4-color list. We do have 4 Abundant Growths and 4 Utopia Sprawls to help us. We have 5 fetches and 1 dual land. We're running 1 Mary's Guile, 1 Replenish, 1 Doomwing Giant. The 3 Argothians with the 1 in the board. 2 copies of Zenith, and that really rounds out our like threat package. And then 2 Ground Seals, 4 Abundant Growth for the cycling. So Invocation's been really good. In round one, it was pretty good. I mean, it drew us a few extra cards. We didn't necessarily see it like at its strongest, but it was still pretty good. I'm running the 1 Replenish because with Invocations, like, you have a higher density of like threats to get back. With Replenish, like, I had dropped Replenish because like it was kind of just the Presences and then like Eidolon and Doomwake. But like, you know, Argothian, Zenith, and Living Wish, like if those are countered, like Replenish doesn't interact with them in any way. But I've been liking it more in this build with a higher density of enchantment threats. So we did cut the 1 Zenith, basically, so that our enchantment count is still 30. For a while I was on like a 3-wish build. That may be right with like a lower wish board. It's a little bit harder because like we do have more options in blue. And the Eye of Chaos and Back to Basics have both been pretty good to me. Back to Basics probably more so, but I still like in the Eye of Chaos. The enchantments we do have on our sideboard don't really interact with Invocation at all. In fact, in the Eye of Chaos does the opposite. It's a world enchantment, which means you can only have 1 world enchantment in play at the same time. So if you're like going to try this list, do not ever copy in the Eye of Chaos with Invocation. And then a lot of the usual suspects. Like I said, Aegis became Courser, and then Wickerbow became Khazali Pride Mage. But pretty much otherwise the same. I do like Spore Frog right now, between Elves, Infect, and Dredge. That's like 3 decks that he's really good against. And then it's also just like situationally strong against like a number of aggro decks. Obviously not great against Chalice at 1, which many aggro decks in the format will have, but you know. You can, however, also bring him in as a Zenith target. Yeah, 1 Confinement. I think 2 might be okay, because Invocation allows you to support more aggressive confinements, especially against decks that don't have counter spells. You can like set it up and then basically just like with a single cantrip enchantment for it to copy, and then basically like cycle your way into a big Replenish. And we're into round 2 now. Oh. Okay, so we don't get the choice, but this is a pretty good hand. We've got Acceleration, Living Wish if we turn out to be in the role of the control deck, Ground Seals, and if they do go like turn 1 Chalice, we actually can still have action with like Ground Seal and Wish to draw cards and get stuff going. I don't like their top card. Not good. Delver. Okay, so either most likely Grixis, Delver, or Death Shadow. But it could be something else. Let's hope they don't have days. That's good. Basics are good against this deck. So, going in blind, not having drawn anything, I'm going to name blue because... although, maybe I'll name white actually, because against Delver, I might want my white cards more than my blue cards. This is a hard one, but I think against most decks, blue is right, but against Delver, I think white is probably going to be more important actually. We're not going to play around days at all, because they've got... Okay, so that tells us it's Death Shadow. But they do have a good start against us. Like, if they go turn 1 Delver, hopefully they... Well, at least they have to brainstorm, so they're losing some tempo, but, like, losing 3 life, starting turn 1 is not good. Grass is obviously really key against them, but, like, Delver can obviously get through grass. You know, it's not ideal for them, but it is their best start against us. Excuse me. Frank and Sam is this person's name. Maybe we can get a list. No. So let's just... Death Shadow sort of like fallen off. There it is. What I was checking is how likely they are to have Flusterstorm main deck. Not very likely. So, I don't think they have any main deck way to get rid of either Argothian or Presence, but maybe I want to go ahead. I think I'll lead off with the Presence. That way, if I draw a Sanctum, I probably don't want to like drop. Like if this resolves, I probably don't want to spend next turn getting another Enchantress out. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine actually. It's really annoying, but I suppose it's better than Spell Pierce at least. Interesting that they didn't like pop to get a Painland and then bounce that. I guess they're hiding something they like. No, they're not. They just... I don't know. Maybe they're new to the deck. So, unfortunately, we do have to spend next turn still getting a Enchantress out, which is not ideal. That's sad. So, like, they've got a few dead cards against us game 1. If they got a Death Shadow though, like that, like that mistake of not dazing the grave could really cost. Although I guess no, I don't know. Maybe it's the same. So we anticipate that the Brainstorm got rid of targeted removal, which is good in that. So we're going to Zenith. Whether it resolves or not, we're going to Sprawl. Thing is, they don't have anything that comes at our head, so like we can anticipate. And like I was saying, they probably got rid of any removal, so like next turn we could be able to Living Wish for Sport Frog if we don't draw anything better. Hopefully they don't have a force. Alright. So we've already got the white and black. We're going to name blue. They could have Wasteland for the black, but the black's less important anyway. Alright, well that's probably our wish. Our hand was pretty good. So we need to draw grass, or another wish, or an O-ring. Well, that's a shame. If we still had the wish, we could have actually, with that top deck, we could have demiked. Shit. If that didn't say blue, I actually can't wish for a, I can't wish for a fucking, Spore Frog. All we can do is fucking goddamn. I needed an extra green mana. I mean, like, we can get a Revoker and Chump Block, which gets us another turn. But then we need a top deck. I don't even know what. Pretty amazingly. I don't know what we could top deck. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I mean, we gotta do that. I think the other option is to ground seal and hope to draw a confinement or O-ring. That's only 3 cards out of 47. Yeah, I think Revoker lets us see. Well, if that next card isn't amazing, well, the next card could be an Enchantress, and it wouldn't be amazing this turn. But maybe we could draw out of it if we can play the Enchantress and then ground seal. So I guess, yeah, we. Yeah, we have to just Revoker. I guess they could have a main deck fucking Ratchet Bomb. It's possible. You can't name lands, so if you were thinking, hey, why don't you say Flood Strand? That's why. Name a non-land. Man, what a bad use of a wish. If only I'd had that green. I mean, it still, I guess, does the same thing, except that, like, if I top deck an O-ring, I'm still dead. I don't know what I'm supposed to top deck here. Replenish into. Okay. So, against them. What's not great? Possibly Doomwake isn't great. Because it only stops Delver. The other threats are like harder. I mean, like Angler, it like blocks. But I don't know. The thing is, like, despite losing, this is a really good matchup. We're quite favored against them. Guile is really slow. Guile can go. We definitely want to bring in the chokes though. Courser wouldn't be bad, but it's also probably fine as a wish target. Ground Seal really only stops. It stops Reanimate if they're running it. And it stops Surgical if they bring it in. They're definitely going to bring in like Ratchet Bomb, Him, Edict. Probably Flusterstorm. Marsh Casualties. They've got 4 dead slots. I wouldn't necessarily anticipate Surgical being a thing. Mm. So the question is like ground seal pretty much or Doomwake. Doomwake would lower our curve. But it's also like it could be a really strong threat. This raises our curve. We are on the play. And choke is really good against them. We do have 28 mana sources, so oh my god, you guys, I just completely submitted a 62 card deck. Did I submit it? I fucking did. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, well that's a good hand anyway. That was dumb as hell. Let's hope it doesn't bite us. It's gonna bite us. If they had like 2 mana open, you'd want to crack the fetch first, because you don't want them to be able to edict in response to the fetch, but like there's no risk of that here. I'm gonna abundant growth anyway, so I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter too much. I don't mind them losing 2 cards though. Ooh. Rough. They did Branded Surgical. That's not so bad though. Like, they basically lost 3 cards in hand for our 1. Like, our draw quality is lower. And if they didn't look, it doesn't look like they spent that much time looking, so we can actually still arguably bluff a Zenith, but I guess Zeniths are bad now. But they did lose 3 cards, so. That's annoying. Ugh, seriously? Are you kidding me? Alright. That was clearly a mistake. But I guess it doesn't matter if we literally if we can't draw anything, they can make all the mistakes they fucking want if the deck gives us nothing but lands, which appears to be the case so far. Give us fucking anything, deck. Honestly, just fucking anything. Ugh. Well, I'm not gonna let it get discarded. We can certainly have the ability to pay for it for a while. I have no idea. Like, I mean, they clearly just accidentally blew that ratchet bomb, right? They wouldn't have done that. Yeah, there would be literally no reason not to, like, put at one. I was thinking, like, to feed the angler, but it still would have done that, so. Lols. If they do get another Wretched Bomb, I might want the ability to have white mana, so. And plus, like, him, Turok, I mean, you know, no reason to walk into it. Okay. I'm gonna hold on to that, though, in case I draw an Enchantress. No reason to give him value off of hymns, I suppose. Right. Let's hope they don't have another hymn or Thoughtseize, but, you know, I don't know what else we have to do here. There could be an argument. Oh, okay. Just have all the forges, I suppose, although it's better that they force the wish. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 7 lands left in the deck with 23 cards into the deck. Oh, I guess 25. Point is, this is a crazy amount of lands. Sure, why not? I haven't drawn a wasteland this far. They could have an edict for March casualties, so it might actually just be better to get Courser here. Or actually to, if I get Emrakul, can I just cast it next turn? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I can. So, although, that might not be wise. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. Hardcast your 4th Force of Will? Sorry, how many Force of Wills? 2, 3. Yeah, this would be the 4th. Well, we don't have to worry about Force of Will anymore. Man. I guess actually they can't Thoughtseize me anymore, so that's good. So they're at 1. I guess, should I just crack these? I mean, I've got no Mary's Guile left to draw. And, like, at this point, there's only 2 lands fucking left in the deck now. Maybe I'll stop drawing lands. What do you guys think? Not likely? How much is that? 6, 10, 12. Why is it like making me eat up? You think I can bluff them into this? What do you think? I think I'm gonna try. No such attacks. Alright. Oh, damn. How many hymns are there down? 1, 2. That's annoying. That really cuts down my ability to pay for this grass. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12. I can't pay for this anymore. Right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Damn. We're on the clock. Ah, of all this. You can't have Force of Will. You could have the one that needs a power 5. Well, we're drawing cards at least. But we're on the clock now. Well, we know we can't bluff that, so maybe it'll draw out some discard. so that's good. I guess we use it on this, even though like grass would be better, but we'll take what we can get, I suppose. Do you think I'll get to resolve a Living Wish? Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I just have to draw a land, of which I don't have many left. Oh, I do actually have a second sanctum, so I didn't think about that. Orwell growth. But then, like, if they have discard to get my stuff back, which is what I'm chiefly concerned about here. Although I could just, like, play, like, any fucking threat. Like a Courser, for example. Although I really should have held on my land drop then. Aegis would actually be good here because you can be edicted. I'm worried like they've got these cards in hand they haven't done anything with in forever. Probably including sorry guys. Okay, I'll just whatever, fuck it. Even if they have an edict, I get a card off of it. What did I not really care about? Abundant growth, I suppose. We gotta worry about the clock now. Let's see, we've got one wish left in the deck, actually. But they're out of Force of Wills. And we have the ability to get rid of any like big creatures that would be able to stop me from casting the fourth wish. Still, it could be the last card, and that would be fucking awkward. But we have a Doomwake. So we can hit that with O-Rain, the Estrid's copying O-Rain if we need to. So first we're gonna put that at the bottom. We're also gonna put that beneath Guile. We're gonna make sure that we can draw an enchantment here. Good. Alright. There. nice if you could just concede. Wait, where's the other sanctum? Oh. Well, dang. Oh, we can just hardcast her next turn. We can't be edicted because we've got the Argothian. It doesn't. Okay, so anyway. It was just not very dignified, but here we are. Alright, so we're not going to make a mistake of last game. Summer's Guile, I think. Curve can be really important, though. I don't know, what do you guys think? Maybe we don't even... maybe an Invocation can go. Like, we've already got a pretty good threat density, and, like, time is actually a factor here, and these things need a cooldown time. So that would actually be a reason, a strike against it. We saw that they did Brain and Surgical, so Ground Seal should stay. So I think maybe like Guile actually could also go. It's generally slow, and it also eats up time. Confinement. I don't know. Maybe Confinement is worse though. I think Confinement could be worse than Courser. Like, I'd like the extra creature. Threats matter. And I would like Zenith to be active if they do the same shit they pulled last time. That said, she actually doesn't block fucking anything in their deck, actually. So, yeah, I guess that's the point against her. You know what, maybe I want Knight, because I am worried about Ratchet Bombs. Ratchet Bombs can reverse the situation. And, like, even if they don't have it, she can, like, just gain life. Or be... I guess a 4-3 still doesn't trade with pretty much anything in their deck, but... yeah. Alright, let's try that. Yeah, we'll keep it. Although we could be in trouble if we don't get our Argothian on, because that's blue and that's white. So that could be a problem. But we do have the grass, which is really good, obviously. And if they don't take the replenish now, they need to, like, yeah, kind of have to take the replenish, or else I can just top deck my way into a pretty fucking solid situation. So I get top deck too. I like seeing check this early. So if they do hit my Argothian, I've got a plan B. So I'm going to lead off though with Argothian into Sprawl, naming blue. Even if it gets countered, I still think I'm going to do that. That way, I've got actually all my hand is an active threat. We were into force, double force, so 2 forces are down. I haven't dropped a threat yet, that's good. Let's go ahead and choke. I guess we could Invocation, and then choke. The choke could be dazed. The Invocation couldn't be, so we'd have like a lot of active top decks at that point. And they'd still need a hand disruption spell to hit the grass, or else we've also got that going for us. We'll just go ahead and make it Sprawl naming white. Why not? We don't know what we're going to draw, but we need a 6 to return. This gets countered or it doesn't. Kind of makes Ratchet Bomb a lot worse. Makes all their shit a lot worse. So like, him would be really good right now, but I haven't done it thus far. Alright, now I got a reason. Grass plus choke is just really, really strong as a combo. Like it turns things, situations that aren't hard locks, like into hard locks. Alright. So hopefully we get a free turn. Let's see if this boy flips. Dismember? What the fuck? They left in Dismember. Shit. That's not how I meant to tap. Meant to leave a green floating. I'm really not too concerned about Ratchet Bomb at this point. And like I could race them. On the other hand, I'm not concerned about like discard either, because they're gonna lose lands to do that. And I could probably, although I don't know. Getting this on board as a 4/3 isn't bad, I think. Or would I rather get in life? Would I rather get in life? Now attacking, I don't know. It could be a mistake, but because it makes their death shadows bigger. But I also don't know about this. This could be okay. There we go. But like we need the mana fixing. Is the thing. Is why I didn't like copy the presence. Because like otherwise we just have a lot of green mana, and like if we draw a white spell, like obviously we're in trouble anyway if we draw the Doomwing because we can't cast it. But like this way we could cast a white spell. So like Invocation can be useful as a color fixer as well as everything else that it does. So they have to decide if they want to counter those. They do have a Dismember in hand, I suppose. So that would be another reason not to have made this guy a 4/3. But we've got 4 minutes left, so we do need to apply pressure, even though it could be like setting them up for Death Shadow, but they do have to tap out for that, and at least she can jump block. And we've also got the ability to Invocation Cupping our Ring if that does happen. And we're at 18, we're okay. See, now we're less likely to draw a white spell, so we know they've got a Dismember, but if they go to 4, some of their cards start getting shut off, like the cost life. Make them decide now. Odd, really, that they get the Dismember, but if they don't do it now, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. They left in Fatal Push as well. That's so strange. Do I want to use this? I think I actually don't. I just want to make sure I don't whiff this turn. I can jump if I like absolutely need to. Shit, did I? Oh no, okay, yeah. Whatever. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can do Mike? We can do Mike. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Like, I can't lose the clock here. We've got this. We're gonna like copy the Doomwake, and then we just need to like draw any enchantment. Maybe we copy that Bow Rain, hitting the Death Shadow. Then the Gurmag Angler's gonna die to the Doomwake. Yeah, we do that. I guess I can. Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and fuck it. I don't really need this extra Enchantress. Why did I do that? Because I was thinking it was a. Whatever, fuck it. Alright. Well, at least I kept the dignity intact. Alright. We were the last one, of course. Not too surprising. So, let's see. It's a good old Death Shadow. I keep a record. I've also been keeping a record since adding Invocation, although I don't have as much data for that, obviously. I forgot that I lost one there. We did get rough draws in game 1. Or that they just had really strong draws. Okay, so we got a minute, so I guess this helps a little bit with the editing later. But, yeah. So, I think I talked a little bit about the metagame. It is, like, more open than it's been, which is good. Some of that's good for us, like Red Prison is, like 8-Man or whatever the hell you want to call it, is back on the rise. Dragon Stompy, with printing of Legion War Boss, gives them a lot of redundancy. It's a generally good matchup, like mainly because Blood Moon is so bad against us. You do have to watch out for that, like turn 1 Rabble Master or War Boss. That can be a way that you die. But if they don't have Chalice, you also have like Grass is really good against their threats, except for like Hazard, I suppose, and Fiery Confluence, obviously. But also like Gaddock's a good sideboard card against them because it shuts off Future Chalices, Fire Confluence, their Planeswalkers. Yeah. You also have to watch out for Berserker from the side. So that's good. The Rise of Ant isn't good. That's obviously a bad matchup. Reanimators seem to have declined a little bit, but I think it's back now to where it's kind of Been at about a little bit under 3% for a while now. Dredge has become more popular. That's a good matchup. I feel like this person's on combo, sort of because of round 1, they're their last match, and it took them forever. Maybe I'm misremembering though. So, we've got to turn on Guile. I think we keep this. We're on the play. We got to fetch as well. It could be a debate, like, because we do have like a number of cards that we might want to. We have a lot of 3-mana stuff that like would be a reason to drop. Start with the sprawl, but we'll just go ahead and do this. And if they are in combo, I don't know what kind, but like having an increased chance of drawing a Living Wish and then getting Fairy Macabre could be relevant. Okay, so probably Death in Texas. Completely different than what I was thinking. But Guile is good here. Anyway. Yeah, we just want to keep hitting land drops, although I don't think we don't really need any of this. We'll take the forest. And we might as well use the fetch, I suppose. Although, yeah, I'm going to do it like that, and then like sprawl naming blue. Like, yeah, do it like that. And let's fetch and a turn. Mom herself isn't so bad. Vile's obnoxious. I want to get rid of that. Going for it. We're just going to go ahead and get a basic land. No reason to get isolated. Alright. We're just going to name blue, just so we can't get ported out of a color. And we can always get white with that. There's no point in playing the way grass this early. So the scary thing here would be if they have Spirit of the Labyrinth, although we at least have a Guile going. What we'd like to do, obviously, is find Doomwink at this point. Although an Oblivion Ring to answer Vile would also be okay. Flicker Wisp would be an obnoxious thing to get. That'd probably be their Thalia or Flicker Whisper, their best cards if they're not running a main deck Spirit of the Labyrinth, which the majority of builds aren't these days. Where's Death in Texas? Yeah. Prelate could be annoying sometimes. Either way, it'll be a threat for next turn, not this turn. Prelate only stops non-creatures, right? Yeah, okay. So they can't like stop Doomwink from doing his thing. I really like the one-off Guile. I only run one because they're like pretty much useless after the first one. So you definitely get diminishing returns past the first copy. But I like the one copy. I feel like at this point my starting point for most Enchantress lists when I'm brewing is like 4 of Sprawl, Growth, Abundant Growth, Grass, and then 1 of Guile, so that's 17 1-drops. And that's pretty good. Like pretty much your like early game action, and it's a good spread. And then like Grass is just really, really strong overall in the metagame. Sanctum pretty reasonable. That'll probably come down at 1 or 3, obviously. You can crack this fetch. think I'm still going to play around the Wasteland. Even though I don't necessarily have to at this point. We're going to name Sprawl. It could lead us to get Flicker Wisped, but and I think I'm going to go ahead and wish for Doomwake. Seems reasonable, to be honest. Getting Knight of Autumn to destroy Aether would also be an option, but so they can Flicker Wisp and kill our Invocation, which would also prevent us from getting black mana off of Doomwake. They can't do that end prelate, so then we'd get, like, you know, all the other stuff we were going to do. Oblivion Ring isn't usually bad against them, so like even if they do have Mom, that's the only thing she does, is stop Oblivion Ring, you can still hit their bios, which is usually more important anyway. The fuck is this? We're just gonna flicker it, naming black this time. They could have swords, obviously, for this Doomwake, which means that they wouldn't get to kill all of their things, only most of them. And we'd lose a threat, but if they let this Invocation resolve, and we get to copy it, then they can't just swords us. Right. So we should have this, right? They would need like double swords, and then they could prelate, but we'd still have like a lot of stuff we could do. We're gonna copy the. We're gonna get a third Doomwake during our upkeep as well. So, and then also 3 free triggers for whatever it is he makes. They make. So this should be over. But I don't want to jinx it. It's an interesting card. So like you can see how good Invocation is with Doomwake, especially like getting the free triggers and multiple Doomwakes just really can create a very difficult to deal with board presence that also like happens to destroy their guys. So yeah. So the sideboard strategy against them is ground seals. Actually, hold on, let me hold off a minute on that. The wishes come out because like taxing is like their main strategy against you. So you want to like lower your curve, and wishes are a little expensive. Replenish doesn't really do much, because, like, except get back, like, grasses is pretty much it. Because, like, most of the stuff they have that gets rid of it is going to, like, destroy it. Like, they do have Cataclysm, that's, like, the main thing, but you can play around that okay, actually. What you want to do is bring in, like, creatures. Courser's going to be really good, because it helps you with the land drops. Disenchant effects are really good. If you can stop their port, like, gets much worse if they don't have a vial out. You definitely want the extra land. You probably want Argothian. Our count is really high. We can probably drop a presence, our Enchantress count, because they don't have too many ways of dealing with it, so you don't need as much redundancy on the Enchantress count. And our enchantment count is really high because we're dropping all these wishes and replenishes. We are bringing in creatures, so I guess it's actually probably the same. So we need to cut one more card. So, like, it may seem like Ground Seal is an obvious cut, but the thing is, like, you actually, with Invocation, copying an Abundant Growth lets them, like, remove their Year Invocations with Flicker Wisp, which is really bad. Oh, Confinement. You want to get rid of Confinement. It, like, really isn't that strong against them. Like, they have a fair number of answers to it. They have Flicker Wisp, which, like, sure, it comes back, but, like, they can set up for an Alpha Strike with Flicker Wisp, and they can get Recruiter of the Guard to get Flicker Wisp. Assuming they don't have Spirit of the Labyrinth, they still have also Council's Judgment. So it's just like, grass is a much cheaper investment that also, like, cycles, and you can cast it to draw cards when you're, like, tight on mana, which is going to be a pretty common scenario. So this time we don't want to play with the cards that we don't want to play with, like we did last time. So our curve, we have a fair number of 2-drops now. Alright, we've got the 21 lands. This is what we're going to run. Provoker, well, generally name Vial, obviously. Sometimes equipment, though. Got a couple land drops. We got an expensive hand, though. We do have a Revoker. And we've got the Dimwit in hand, but we're still 3 mana away from casting it. But we are on the draw, and we've got... But we don't have the ability to make Sanctum generate mana. I think we mulligan this. Alright, well, it's not amazing, but we'll keep it. We can't be stopped with Thalia, and we actually also have the answer to Thalia. We don't really need a second Enchantress. Like, they could have, they could have a Council's Judgment, but they're at 6 cards. They would need 3 lands and the Judgment, and we could still, like, draw. We still have a lot of Enchantresses to draw, plus, like, if we draw blue, we can have Invocation plus Ground Seal, so I'm not that worried about it. And then they can't, like, go Thalia and Council's Judgment before we get to untap. That said, we're not going to walk into a wasteland, obviously. But we will run the Savannah out over the Caracas. Because we might want the... we might want... okay, so then they can wasteland the Savannah, sure. What you doing? Oof, that's annoying, but yeah, we'll just Ground Seal here, draw some cards, make sure we hit all our land drops. Next turn we can sprawl. And then if we draw blue, we can get Invocation going, which is really good because it doesn't consume mana, which means that like, their mana denial isn't as powerful here. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is actually just, we are looking at a reasonable clock, so that's a concern. But next turn, if they don't wasteland us, we can Zenith into Night of Autumn and kill a Canonist. Actually, we could Sprawl and Phyrexian Revoker, name Jite. They missed a land drop, right? Yeah. So I think that's reasonable, actually. So we do have, this has non-artifacts, so we can cast the Revoker after, and that way they don't get their Jite active. Let's start blue. I'll just leave the Caracas open, so like that way they can't even like tap deck Italia. Then I get one spell this turn. It's a Stoneforge. Okay. And we will trade the Revoker for Canonist happily. So we're saving ourselves 2 life, or even potentially killing the Canonist before the. They do have a lot of pressure though, so this is something to be worried about. We really want to find a Doomwake soon, especially because like we don't have too many ways to answer Flicker Wisp in the air. Like just like if we can find a grass with their like landlight hand, it would be good. But other than that, we need Doomwake. So they got Better Skull. Okay, that's good. Although, giving them, I guess we hold on to the fetch. I don't want to misclick here. I guess we could have attacked, but seems not great. First, I guess, let's see if we can bait out the Batter Skull. Well, I guess we could actually have just O-rain the Stoneforge. They'd have dropped it, then we copy it, hit the Batter Skull. But I kind of still am worried about this Flicker Wisp. I guess we counterattack for 4. And then we'll like draw some cards as well. So they've missed a lot of land drops, so there's no point in playing around Wasteland here. Not that I can see. That may not have been ideal, but I think their main path to victory was that Flicker Wisp they were riding. They're a ways off from being able to cast Cataclysm, which would be the main point of concern. Now we should just go off a little bit. Just a wee bit of going off. Curious what, like, maybe they have swords in hand, what they're, like, waiting on with these responses. Whatever. I'm probably just not going to play this. Like, against them, 2 Enchantresses is enough to, like, especially with all these enchantments in hand, to be able to, like, cycle through the deck reliably. I don't want to, like, because I don't have access to Emrakul, I don't want to, like, deck myself, basically. I mean, like, I can clear the way to attack for 2, but it seems not great. I don't know. But I guess I need to put on pressure at some point, right? I probably want this out anyway, so might as well. I could hide. No, there's no point in hiding. I'm gonna hold on to the Zenith because that is my anti-decking measure now that I don't have Emrakul. I guess there's no point. Right. I guess I stacked that wrong. I could have copied it. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna use that. No. Let's just try to go off here. Drop some Doomwakes. There we go. Well, that is annoying. Oh, I guess grass is kind of redundant at this point. I'm actually just gonna get another courser. I just need pressure. I guess honestly at this point I don't give a shit about the Revoker anymore. I need to go in for the kill here. So I got enough lands to rebuild if they do Cataclysm, so I'm not too worried about it. Sure. So we're gonna save an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and I don't know, any of these lands, it doesn't matter. Yes. Oh, I know, I need to save the let's see. I want to save an artifact. That's well, one of these creatures is just better than the other. And I guess we need to save this one. We don't want to wait in their Flicker Wisp. The Flicker Wisp doesn't fucking matter, actually. They get it back. They flicker something. Like, who cares? Right? Do we want them to get their Batterskull back is the question. I mean, we kind of don't, but yeah, I guess it would take us too long to deal with the Batterskull, so let's just they're gonna get their Flicker Wisp back, so they can untap the Wasteland if that's what they save. But I guess so what? Whatever. Actually, I guess they can get rid of my Courser. I would have to come back as an O-Rain, which could be awkward. But I mean, it would still, yeah. Okay, so, Now, right now, they don't have any, what was I gonna say? Like, obviously, they would need a top deck of land, although they probably have a lot left to be able to put use port at all. They also don't have any colored mana, though. So it kind of limits the things they can do. We can actually just Oblivion Ring. Well, maybe we need Oblivion Ring something else, so. Because we can still draw a Pride Mage for the Vial. So. There we go. There's our boy. Well, that one obviously isn't too scary either. That's pretty much just Mom as far as I'm aware. And Mom is not that scary. They're drawing what they need, which is lands. But I don't know what else they have, of course. If they want to trade a Mom for the Revoker, that's okay too. It doesn't really matter too much. I guess it's still a good trade for them since the Mom isn't doing anything else except dying to Doom Mike. But obviously I also need to apply pressure. So we did let Vial get up to 2, which we didn't want though. But we do have Pride Mage for it next turn. And even if they do go for another, if they don't have the 2-mana destroy target artifact or enchantment creature, or no, it's just a priest, war priest of them, it's just an enchantment. But we really don't want to lose our Doomwake. That said, I think maybe we can let the Flicker Wisp come in, like whatever, it kills some wild growths, who gives a shit. Meanwhile, I get another Dimwake, and their Flicker Wisp will die. And I need another Dimwake. I need to copy it while I can. Even if they Cataclysm, I can go Artifact, Enchantment Creature, whatever. So obviously we want the Dimwakes after to make sure the Flicker Wisp dies. And whatever, they get rid of some Ogres. Who gives a shit? We don't need those anymore. At this point, we're just riding this team to victory with Pride Mage backup. That's a pretty good answer, I guess. We're still going to destroy the file, though. Target Invocation. Okay. That's interesting. The 2 damage is not insignificant at this point, however. got some shit. Uh, Sure, Flickers without Vile can't really do too much to change the situation. They can't even cast it. How much time is left in the round? I guess I don't get to find out unless I'm done. Invocation's really shined this game, though. That's for damn sure. So, so we can't let that die, unfortunately. Damn, shit. We can still kill him, though. Obviously, that means we don't use it. So, they can't do anything except tap us. Tap. We just outrain their Canonist. Doomway kills the Recruiter, and we go for the kill. And that's all she wrote. And there we go. Alright. 3-0. How much time we got left? 10 minutes? Alright. I will probably then see you guys in a second. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're on round 4. I guess, are we up against Godalicious, or is that who we just played against? I actually can't fucking remember. No, we just played against them. Yeah, I'm new to the challenge format. I was wondering if they actually told you ahead of time who you're up against, but it doesn't seem that they do. Just who your last round opponent was. Alright, so so far, I'd say Invocation's been really good. The one of Guile's definitely pulled its weight. I think Replenish has been pretty good. Doomy really good. Haven't really run into issues yet where like binding would be particularly better than O-Ring, and the cost has probably mattered. Yeah, so deck performing pretty well. Let's hope we keep getting decent pairings. It is an issue with this, with any Enchantress list. You know, our place in the metagame is like we feed on the fair decks and the decks that feed on the fair decks, mostly. And then like combo's the real problem. Although right now combo's not as bad as it can be. Like Sneak and Show is about even. We have ways to interact with it. Turbodeps isn't a bad matchup at all. Ali, I think I may have jinxed myself in this person now. Tournament or combo player. Lands. Let's hope they're on lands. It's a pretty good hand. Double Enchantress Ground Seal if they are on lands is really good, obviously. Don't have the grass if they do have the fest. Start. Let's hope they don't. And let's hope that matchup is correct. There could be an argument for playing If they get like a turn 1 port, which is a possibility, the fetch would be better. But we might need this to get colored mana, which is, okay. It is turn 1 port. You know, we still do need access to, or we might need access to other colors, and without, there's no reason not to play this. Is there? Overeat's really not great main deck, let's say, and neither is Doomwake, so let's go ahead and say blue. Now, I really hope they don't have, like, the combo in hand. They do have part of it, obviously. In a way, that's good for us. It means they don't have the combo just shoot. There's no reason to let them, get a wasteland hit. And there's also no reason to prioritize ground seal yet over Enchantress. See, now we have to be worried about a crop rotation. See, I don't like them not doing stuff. That's not what I meant to do. Them not doing something suggests that they're going to go for it. Come on, give us grass. Fuck us. Alright. I have to really hope they don't have it. Just like, you know, there. Fuck you, dick. Please don't have it. Please don't have it. But why else would they not port? I fucking goddamn. Alright. Well, without, you know, they're not likely to have the combo just like in hand. They got rather lucky. Alright, let's go to the next game. They got really lucky. But that's our car. So Doomwake's really bad. Now, O-Rain, they definitely bring in Sphere of Resistance. Let's just go with this one. That's not what I meant to play. You know, maybe Chalice or Thorn. Probably K-Grip. Back to Basics can definitely come in. Knight of Autumn should come in. So we can Zenith for it to kill a sphere, but we can also just gain 4 life, which means that they can't just kill us in one attack with Knight of whatever, Merit Lage. Now, as a wish target, we got... There could be an argument for taking out the wishes, although, like... I don't know. The utility of, like, Fairy Macabre or Pride Mage... plus the kill condition, so probably not. Caracas as well, or Spore Shrug. That was like really frustrating. That turn we could have drawn like a Wish, a Confinement, or a Grass. Any of those would have been fine. But, oh well. So Courser, maybe we want to bring her in as well. The presence is die to K-Grip. And like we kind of want to lower the curve, but we definitely don't want to get rid of it for Replenish, because like because of both like they could have explosives and like with upkeeps and stuff, like Replenish can bring back those guys. I guess we could side out one O-Ring. Okay, let's try that. Alright, well, we have to mulligan that obvious water. Ah, for fuck's sake, guys. Maybe that hand doesn't do anything. Okay. Wow. Alright. Wow. Alright. Doesn't affect us too much. Yeah, I guess. Should I do this? Right. Oh, at least Sanctum is active. We're one card deeper to find that fourth land that we need. Sure, why shouldn't you draw like 2 of your probably at most 5 pieces of artifact tape, and I'm all the 4. It's a reasonable distribution of luck. Okay. Well, really bad luck this round, so that happens. Magic is a game of variance, and this guy's got all the luck in the world, so yeah, why not? Why not? Let me guess, you got a 4th. Yeah, okay. What a fucking luck sack, honestly. Let me guess, not a land. What a fucking luck sack. Yeah, sure, whatever. Honestly, this guy is so incredibly lucky. Okay. Congrats, buddy. So, you know, sometimes you lose to the fucking unbelievably one-sided luck. Well, that was a quick round. We will be back in round 5. Alright, welcome back. We're on round 5. Just a minute from firing here. Less than a minute. So 3-1. Had some really unfortunate luck against the lands, especially game 2. Game 1 they had a turn 1 port. So like in retrospect, maybe it was right to like start with the fetch. under the argument that like the hand was otherwise quite strong, and like one of the few ways they would have out is a like early port. I don't know. I guess there's also an argument that like getting the extra colors with the fetch isn't like that important. The only one that really matters is blue for Invocation. Like main deck, Oblivion Rune's not very good. And Dimik's not good. I don't know. So I mean, obviously we could have played it different. Like Anzi D. I've seen this name, right? Miracles. So they haven't switched it up. It's okay. It's got 2 enchantresses and some acceleration. I don't think you can mulligan that. Grass probably dead unless they go for an early. I think we want to go ahead and get this out of the way in case like a counterbalance or something. So if they're going to double tender, then we don't really need to worry about back to basics. Ponder's okay. It means that if they have to if they have to force a Will of Presence, at least we're up a card. They can't, like, versus like a counterspell is a lot worse for us. Obviously. So we're probably going to do that over the Wish. Although I don't know. I guess there's an argument for the Wish in that, like, if they spell pierce it, we don't lose value. Or force a Will it. Whereas, like, if they spell pierce this, that really sucks. And next turn, they can't spell pierce. So think about it this way. Like, if we Wish the next turn, if it resolves, we are Gothian. If that gets countered, we Wish again. We get Courser, I suppose. And the following turn, if we've drawn a land, we can Presence out of spell pierce range. If we go Presence now, next turn we can Wish into our Gothian, but then we like passing with our Gothian isn't great because they could have I think if I growth here, then next turn I can like if I growth into Presence, whatever, they counter it or they don't. If they do counter it next turn, we can Wish into our Gothian and cycle the grass at least. And then the following turn we can like Wish into Courser. So okay, let's try that. Then we need to lead off with the there's still no reason not to put this on here, like let's just rule out back to basics entirely. I suppose they could spell pierce that if they really wanted to. Okay. Not bad. With a Brightling? Interesting. It's an interesting list. And no Monastery Mentor, so Gaddock's really good here instead of just being pretty good. Assuming this is more or less the list, though. Counterbalance giving a show. Oh, Humanity's actually pretty good against us. Let's hope we don't figure that out. Although not as good now that we have, now that we do have, Invocation. That's the word I was fucking looking for. Alright, I think there's no reason not to, like, try to get the Argothian. If it gets countered, it gets countered. I guess there's an argument for the Courser here. They brainstorm, then fetch, right? Wait, they already got rid of a humility. They're main decking that? I think I'm going to get the Courser now and just go ahead and draw a card off the presence in case they do have some sort of answer for the presence. Then I still have Argothian on backup with Living Wish. I would have thought they would, I don't think they have Swords of Plowshares, or they would have probably hit that over Humility, most likely. But even if they do, I mean, it wouldn't be great, but we did draw a card off of it, so it wouldn't be the worst either. I guess I could have drawn it with the Predict. They saw some extra cards. That's good. Sure. They sure have a lot of stuff to, unfortunately, of course, like Pride Major and Knight of Autumn don't work against Humility, but they do have a lot of targets for Oblivion Rain. So that's good at least. I think there's no reason not to live in Wish here. I suppose we want an enchantment. Since we don't have any in hand. And that means Doomwake. Yeah, nowhere near Emrakul yet. So we'll just go ahead and Doomwake here. They're still running Search for Ascanta. A lot of people, I think most people are off of that at this point. It can be a way for them to get around Choke, actually. So it's not that bad against this. It's not great, though, either. An interesting list. You got a Teferi? No, Humility, sorry. Okay. I'm paying attention. Alright. Well, Humility is a problem. We still have our Enchantress. Our presence, that is. With the 3 extra invocations, though, we have more ways now of playing around humility. And we still have the 2 O-rings as well. So, and we got some cards to draw them with. So, I was running a Heliod, God of the Sun for a while, which would be great in this situation. It's really good against humility. But, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. Alright. They are still presumably, well, I guess the Snapcasters are dead with humility anyway. But presumably they're on Snapcaster. Probably, you would imagine the humility and Bright Lane, like the humility is taking the place of Bright Lane. I really doubt you would play both. Bulls. Maybe I should have played Meloy and Protector. Yeah, I should have played the land to avoid a spell piercer. That was dumb. But they are tapped out, and I keep drawing wishes. I think we should just go ahead and get the Emrakul now. There's not much point in not doing it. Oh, we need white mana. There's nothing else to get with humility in play, you know, that's relevant. I guess we can attack for 1, so that's cool. Sure. So, I guess Wish can get Caracas. We can, like, loop infinite turns if we, if they don't counter this Wish. Even with Humility out, because it's not an ability of the creature, it's when you cast it. Alright, so that's a good start. Let's see if we can resolve this. So we could have done it next turn. We got... How much are we tapping this for? 8, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're 1 mana short. Alright, well, I guess let's attack for 1. Yeah. Source of Plowshares actually does hit Emrakul as long as Humility's in play, so maybe that's something to think about. There's not much point in the rest of this. Alright. This is a weird hand. But we're doing fine, I suppose. We have double presence and go. Sure, whatever. Okay. Well, that should be enough to go off. really do need that O-Rain, though. I don't want my Emrakul just dying to Source of Plowshares. There we go. Still have our land drop, so we can still go. If this resolves, the second we get rid of Humility, we can just go Sanctum, Emrakul. They could set up another like Brainstorm Terminus on our extra turn. But even then, you know, we're still pretty fucking far ahead. I'm just going to cast the Zanus to get them back in my deck as an anti-decking measure in case they do Terminus. Oh, okay. Alright. So, winning game 1 against Miracles is important because, like, game 2, their Swords to Plowshares come out in exchange for, like, Disenchants and other generally more useful things. So, and because they're on the play and they know what you're on, game 2 can often slip away from you. So you do generally want to cut down on the grass, especially like this person doesn't seem to even play Mentor. They're playing they're running AK and Predict. And no, this isn't the same list because there's no Search for Skenta here. I wonder. Well, I don't know. But they could have Mentor, I suppose. Think of it like this. Chokes definitely come in. If they have Counterbalance and we want to kill it, we want our Wish target to be the same cost because that meant the 2 slipped through, so we want to bring in the Knight of Autumn. I think we do want in the Eye of Chaos. It's hard to know what list they're on, but it's probably good. I'm loath to get rid of the main deck Doomwake, even though it's situational. They definitely have a lot more O-Ring targets. Sometimes I might think about taking that out. Like if they have Surgical game 2, I don't want to lose my wishes and then like have no way to kill them. In the Eye of Chaos in exchange for... We could bring out a Wild Growth. To increase our threat density, and I wouldn't bring out the Wild Growth against them if we're on the play, because we want to raise Counterspell. But we're not going to raise Counterspell anyway, so we just want to have a higher threat density. Remember to take them out this time. And like that. Alright. Courser of Crewfix could come in. Back to Basics could come in. Like, if game 2 they still are just like getting their tundras all the time under the assumption that they're not going to be punished, then maybe game 3 it'll bring in Back to Basics, because it also does hit Escanta. And like, you know, if you catch them getting greedy with the tundras, that could be okay. But they do run a lot of basics, generally speaking. So, turn 1 Abundant Growth. A lot of threats. The Abundant Growth turns on the Sanctum, and we've got to turn to Enchantress, so we definitely keep this. It would actually be really bad for us if they counter our turn 1 Abundant Growth. So let's start, well, don't do that. Well, not as bad now. But I am still going to go ahead and get that basic forest. And the Abundant Growth is also good because it means Invocation is a real threat, and they can't really let that resolve. Whereas that's like, okay, sure, it's blind. We're not going to play around it. They could just randomly get value here, but then it's the same as if they had a counter spell. They do have the Force of Will coming up. That ain't good. Would have been funny if it was the Terminus, because they don't have white mana. So now we can actually do this for free, because Sanctum's gonna, well, unless it gets countered, of course. Ooh, explosives. That's not good. Let's Sovereign. Hit this counterbalance. Ooh, then they have to get rid of their explosives. I don't know if that's the right move. Explosives would have been really good here. Mission briefing. So I was wondering about that actually because of the humilities. So mission briefing is not stopped by ground seal, so that's generally good for them. Definitely tilts a few points in their favors on account of that, I would say. Alright. We got 4 mana here, 5 mana. If we tap out, we have 3 white. Don't really have the ability to do much with that. We don't really want all these fucking, I guess we can wish for Pride Mage. And then if the wish gets countered, we can still play Presence. It's a shame that my mana's tapped and I can't attack for that 1 point of damage, but you know, whatever. It's worth it not to. You wouldn't want to pass with the Pride Mage and not have your mana open, and then they have Terminus. That would be really embarrassing. So they have been like pretty aggro with their dual lands, so back to basics. If we lose this, might come in. It's worth thinking about. Alright. Nice. So I think I'm going to double presence, because if they have you know, a fucking, what's it called? Surgical. I don't want to give them priority. Of course, I could, like, predict. So for that reason, I don't really predict themselves. Okay, interesting. One, two, three, four, five, six. Right. We do need to crack this first. So the key is, again, about not giving them priority. I'm really not afraid of back to basics here. Explosives wouldn't be great. It would kill our abundant growth and our ability to make blue mana. So that's what we're going to get a try. Is all I was saying there. I was looking for you. Here you are. Don't have that much mana, though. I mean, obviously we're going to lose our drop, but, like, we're also going to hit 4 of their lands, and then, like, we actually kind of want them to respond to this. Maybe even try to counter it. Fine by me. I don't want to get spell pierced here. I would like this check to resolve. Might as well get the Emrakul at this point, I think. We already have an extra Enchantress in case, like, they do, like, end of turn disenchant and then, like, go explosives. That would be, like, their best option here. We already have, like, Zenith and an Invocation in hand ready to go. So let's just get the Emrakul out of the way while we can, because as long as we have that, unless they get a Humility out, we have a sort of inevitability over them. And I think, since they didn't have the end of turn disenchant, that sort of seals it. I think they needed that to be back in the game. I really feel like it was a mistake for them to get rid of explosives. They would have had a Guile and an Abundant Growth, and, like, made Sanctum so much worse. still ways from casting the Emrakul, but we pretty much have it, I think. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. So just like Invocation. Well, I guess we'll see what we get with Guile first. So let's see what we have coming up. Oh, nice. Yeah, so we'll just 8, 9, 12, 13. We're not there yet. Give him a second to read this. I guess I didn't talk about this card, but it's mainly here because it's okay. Like it's good, obviously, I guess, against like decks with like Force of Will or like Counterspell or Daze or whatever. But it's also like good against Infect and Burn and Storm as well. So that's mainly why it's there. Let's just go ahead and Courser. It's kind of looking for the ground seal so I can safely discard an Emrakul. So we're done. They can't disenchant now because in the Eye of Chaos they would need another land. Let's see, we don't need. I guess we might conceivably want another Enchantress. We might need the gas. I don't see why we would need Doomwake. We don't need Emrakul. So, this is over. Let's see. They could explosives? No, I don't know. I don't know what they could do. So this next part's not going to be very entertaining, guys. I'm just digging for the Emrakul. And I can, with the two Enchantresses, like, I can avoid decking pretty easily. I can Zenith. With Zenith, maybe I want to just go ahead and drop the, third Enchantress, I was going to say. Fuck it. go ahead and drop Doomwig to prove a point here. So I'll draw 4 cards. If I don't draw it in there, I'll just like Zenith, I guess. No, I guess, well, they can't predict me. So I guess I'll just go ahead and, if I draw, sorry, I need to do math. 1, 2. I've got 4 cards left in the deck. I draw 1, 2, 3, 4. They can't predict me in response because of in the IFKs. So I am okay to just draw 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? False. That was the last card. So I guess I just need like choke and an enchantress and some gas. Oblivion Rain. Does he have something for 1 mana that could get me? Alright. Safe cleansing. Okay. I want Orin. I don't need all these. I don't. I need to obviously not forget to discard Emrakul, or I'll have killed myself like a fucking idiot. Don't really need both of these. Actually, don't need either. We could just keep the Zenith. I'm not sure why we would need the Wish, or the land for that matter. Okay, they drop Sealed Primordium. I don't give it. Why did I keep the Replenish? That was dumb. Okay, well. So anyway, we can just like kill them the old-fashioned way, I guess, since they don't want to concede. I don't see the need to drag this out any further. Okay. Yeah, not an elegant kill, but yeah, we were playing it safe. Yeah, Miracle's pretty good match. I do think they. I was like generally glad that most of them haven't made that switch to from Snapcaster to Mission Briefing, which I do think in general Mission Briefing is not as good in Miracles. I think it's a deck that really can take advantage of having that blocker, like getting that little extra bit of tempo really matters for the deck, in my opinion. But Mission Briefing is obviously much better against us. So that was round 5. How much time is left? 6 matches. Alright, so we'll be back in a minute, guys. Hey guys, welcome back to round 6. Alright, so we are 4-1. The matchups have been pretty good so far, although last time I said that we had a good matchup and then really bad luck. So pride cometh before the fall, or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. The deck's been performing pretty well. Invocation's really good. Replenishment's been pretty good as well. Definitely haven't missed Excellence Binding so far, but I do also think that was like particularly good against like Eldrazi, for instance. See, this is a rough old Magic player. 1151. This is a tough one. Like against a deck with any sort of disruption, we only have the one threat. Ninjas. Maybe. We do have a high threat density. We have like 17 or 18 more cards we can draw. We are on the draw. We have the acceleration. We have a lot of land drops. So we got all that going for us. But like a single Thoughtseize and then bad top decks, and we could be done. But I don't think we can ship it either. Lands? Turbidos. Thoughtseize. Anything running Urborg and Thoughtseize, which rules out anything with Chalice. We also have the Grass, probably, against those decks. Not knowing... Well, I guess we already have the blue and Sprawl, but still, let's go ahead and start with the Wild Growth. I doubt we'd want to... One reason to save the Wild Growth is if you think you're against a deck with that's not running Wasteland, you could like Sprawl and then Growth on a top deck Star Sanctum to like have 4 mana. But to like Living Wish for I don't know, whatever. So Turbidips probably could be lands, I suppose, but they don't run Thoughtseize. So it's definitely Turbidips. Wow, nice draws. Jesus, is it just my screen? Do like foils look bad on all? I mean, my screen's not good, so I'm willing to believe it's definitely just me. But like, that looks fucking hideous. Will not be denied. good draws, but you know, like I was saying, we do have a very high threat density in this version. So now hopefully they probably do have like Assassin's Trophy or Abrupt Decay. They probably have some form of answer, but like we're definitely gonna run it out because if they don't have it, they could have discard instead. You know, we don't want that either. But they could just like have the combo in hand next turn as well. So I don't know what they're waiting on. Are they running Force? It's hard to know which version they're playing. There's like, for some reason now, there's like all these like slight variations. I mean, this one's running Darius and Thoughtseize. It could be this. I mean, as for the others, every deck runs, you know, Urborg and Thespian Stage, obviously. This version doesn't have anything main deck, but certainly can't assume that about them. Honestly, what are they waiting on? Maybe they're just like looking at my list now. I mean, it shouldn't really impact this decision though. So is this broken? Are you there, mate? Their clock is going down, so I think it's not that my computer is broken. Hello? Hello? Hello, Magic Player 1151. Oh, for God's sake. Alright, let's just appreciate the artwork while we're waiting. It's a little confusing that they use regular text for the title. It makes it seem like part of the card has extra text that's in italics. But anyway, odd design. You know, we could like play an Urborg as a living witch target, and then we could main deck Spreading Algae. How good would that be, guys? Guys. Spreading Algae. Guys. I just really like that card. Especially because, like, back in the day, it was also, like, cool because in addition to, like, doing what it did, it also, like, answered Dystopia, which was, like, a card you feared against, like, Suicide Black or Pox. You know, like, in the early days of Legacy or 1.5. Because you could just sacrifice it. And then, like, you know, just get it back. Pretty sweet tech. Not too great in the current metagame, I suppose. Still, I do like taxing effects, especially like, I mean, that's why like I would never not run choke, like, because they stack with grass, you know, there's synergy. Getting extra synergies is good. Versus like people play City of Solitude, which I really just don't like, because like your deck is mostly like you're setting up anyway. You know, you're spending your first 2 turns setting up. So then you're like setting up to set up more, like, okay, but if they're on like whatever plan B, which most decks have, like, you know, they're, you know, can still just fuck you up. Like, you know, you spend a turn playing City of Solitude, they hit you next turn, or they like, you know, just beating your face with Delvers and Pyromancers and don't give a shit. Like, versus like choke affects everything they do. Every aspect of their game plan is affected by choke. And like sometimes it's just, you know, game over. It's also just, I would say, much better top deck. Like City of Solitude is not a good top deck. You know, if they've already countered all your shit, and you're like, ooh, I drew City of Solitude. What do you fucking do, even if it resolves? Like, okay, you still need a top deck another threat. Whereas like Choke, it's like, okay, they need to have a threat already on board. Even if they do, then Grass suddenly becomes a really good draw. Mate, what the fuck? 6 minutes. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Well, they've got the kill on the board, so we need to draw a Wish or a Graios. Luckily, we do have a lot of mana. Come on, deck, help me out. Or Confinement would also be fine. Alright, it's not great. Fuck me. Now, grass is kind of running out. Come on. Come on, deck. Help us out. Help us out. Oh my god, why does this guy not fucking... Grass. Fuck you. Grass. Fuck you, deck. We needed that several cards ago. Fuck you. That's so fucking infuriating. Especially after this asshole like fucked off for like an hour. And then they just like happen to have the perfect draw. What a fucking luck sack. Alright, on to game 2. Fucking ridiculous. Alright. Alright, well, Dumac doesn't do much here. Honestly, what a lucky. Ground Seal doesn't do much. Oblivion Ring does like nothing. We went back to basics. We want Night of Autumn. We can Zenith for her. They could have something like a Needle that's stopping a Caracas. Or Sylvan Library. But also the 4 life can help us out. Like in that situation, they'd have had to like pass if we were above 20 life. Then we can Oblivion Ring the fucking thing. Not that we're gonna keep Oblivion Ring, but like you have another turn to find answers. So if we already have like Zenith targets, do we want the Frog also? So I'm like a little worried about like our first wish target's probably Caracas, but they have, in addition to Needle, they also have Ghost Quarter and so I think Zenith's already turned on with Night of Autumn, honestly, and Courser to some degree as well. So I don't really need that. Rocker doesn't do anything. So this way our first 2 wish targets are Caracas and Spore Frog. We probably want like 2. Like having 2 is not bad since we're back on 4 wish. Like if we draw 2 of them, it's still useful, and like Spore Frog can get around Sylvan Safekeeper. To some degree. So Ground Seal can come back in. I guess just Ground Seal, I don't know. This is a pretty favorable match, but like they had double disruption, and we couldn't find. We had 9 outs, so it's sort of like the land situation. We have so many outs to Merit Lage, you know, but you draw like 4 cards. You're like 15 cards into the deck, and you don't see any of them. So sometimes I guess that can happen. Not that I'm salty. JK, I'm pretty salty. Alright, this is a pretty good hand. If they get our Gothian with something, we can go Courser, and then the following turn, like at least get to 21. We're definitely going to keep this. If they don't hit our Gothian, we're going to have a lot of speed and card draw. Do we think they're pretty likely to have... Are they going to have Trophy or Decay? What's the likelihood? Because, like, it depends on, like... And, like, are they running Wasteland? Or is it just like a single ghost quarter? Because if they're not running Wasteland, then like we can spread out our wild growth. Okay. Are they gonna have the turn 3 kill again with double disruption? I mean, that's like really their ideal hand. It's unfortunate that like some of our best matchups, the opponents are getting really, really lucky, but I guess that's life. Okay, you're gonna surgical me, sure. Seems bad, but I think I might want to just like copy the Courser, play the land, gain 2 life, and have another blocker be able to attack. I think that's an okay plan. And then I can also like abundant growth as well. And then next turn, copy that. Okay. Dumike would actually be good here, so that's kind of funny. Well, since we can't attack, one of them holds off. So we'll just copy the abundant growth. We'll put it on the trop. So we can spread it out. I don't think I see the need yet for grass. They could draw discard, but we've also got confinement and some card draw going on here. And even some shuffling into Courser if we need it. So I think we're holding them off just fine. got a lot of mana. So I'm just going to go ahead and do the... I mean, sorry, we've got a lot of cards, so I'm going to do that for the mana. Like, if the Surgical's... Like, Surgical's okay against us, but it's a lot worse against us in this build because of our threat... Like, our threat base is so diverse between, like, Wish, Zenith, Presence, Invocation, Guile, Argothian, Doomwake, like, we've got such a diversity of threats that it's like, if they don't also hit a card in hand, they're probably just not gonna get, like, it's not gonna do that much for them. Hard to imagine them winning this one. I'm not sure what their outs would be. Wow, Lulz. Need a Doomwake so hard. It'd be so good. I might as well ground seal so they can't get rid of my Invocation with a Ghost Quarter or a... I mean, they can still obviously Assassin's Trophy or Decay it, but they can't, like, get value or whatever. I guess it wouldn't really be value, but whatever, they can't hit the land. Anyway, I guess it cuts off Ghost Quarter. Right. Alright, fine. Actually, I've already got so many touches. Let's get that land off the top. Let's hit a grass. There's our boy. And here's where I get to make. I guess we might as well Emrakul. It's not like they can make us discard it. And then next turn, like, you know, whether they get rid of that or not, I guess we keep the confinement around because we're just going to Emrakul anyway. So, we can keep everything, it doesn't matter. We don't need any more cards. The cards that we have already are sufficient to win the game. Whatever, I'm just doing this to speed up the clicking. I need 4 mana, right? No, 5 mana, right? 5 mana? Come on. Why is this person taking so long? Are they like, are they twitching and talking to their fucking like I fucking don't even know. Yeah, Jesus Christ, man. You know, when you like fucking disappear for like 5 minutes, you gotta have the basic courtesy to like concede at a reasonable point. Like it's your clock, you know, you're the one with the loss, but you don't have to, you know, fucking drag it out for no reason. Like you know if you have an out. I'm not gonna like forget to attack with Emrakul if that's your plan. I think Replenish is still right. Like they have all the discard and destruction stuff. Replenish can undo that with a good top deck. The IKS I think only affects crop rotation and possibly Assassin's Trophy if they have it. Doesn't stop Abrupt Decay though because it's counter it, not like it can't be played. Orin, I still think it's probably not. I think even though Doomwake was like funny in that situation, I don't think it's correct to have it. And I do think we want the double push targets. If they've got the turn 3 kill, turn 2, we Zenith for. We don't have anything to Zenith for, so that might actually be a point for Frog. No, but they can't. It wouldn't be on their turn. It would be. We would get our 3rd turn. Yeah, so never mind. That doesn't make any sense. So we can still Zenith for Knight of Autumn, gain 4 life or whatever. So that's fine. Yeah. Think like that then. I don't know. I mean, Ground Seal is questionable, even though we know they have Surgical. It's still like not. Like I probably don't care about Surgical. I guess Surgical on grass would be really nice. So that's like my main plan. So this hand. This hand. How do we feel about this hand? Replenish doesn't get back our growth in. But it's not great. No, I'm definitely gonna want to growth. So I gotta turn to our Gothian. They obviously don't have, unless they top deck a Thoughtseize or Duros, they would have let off with a Hexmage. I guess I actually can have it turn 2, right? If they go lead off with Herborg and then Hexmage. Okay. So that was a consideration, but I still think, I don't know. We didn't have the acceleration though, so like our timeline on stuff is a little fucked up, but like I guess they could have ESG crop rotation, although we didn't see any ESGs. Um, I don't know if we can ground seal though. Like, yeah. So there's just one crop rotation. No, actually, sorry, they've got it. So we have to get Caracas here. Luckily, we have that option. I suppose we're gonna go Frog, but Caracas means they have to have some way of dealing with it permanently. Frog just buys a turn. There was no reason not to attack us. Oh shit, they can. Right. I was thinking they couldn't tap, but that was Thespian Stitch. So, okay, well, should we have gotten the Frog? No, the Frog would have died too. I mean, I guess what are you going to do? That's an incredibly lucky hand that they just have with like no card draw whatsoever. Honestly, that's really frustrating. We have so many outs against this deck. And instead, they just got, like... We could have mulliganed, I suppose. This hand wasn't very fast. If we had... I mean, Grass wouldn't have done anything either, because they had Trophy. They got really lucky. And it's all lands on top. Anyway, holy shit. I guess it didn't matter. It was going to be all lands from here to fucking Kingdom Come. That's so fucking frustrating. It's such a good matchup. So both our Dark Depths opponents had the ability to prevent us from drawing Elephant Grasses at any point. So that's a pretty neat gift, if you can get it. Well, we'll be here for round 7. My odds are very low of getting the, even if I win the next round, of getting the top 8, so this will probably be the final round. Alright, see you in a second. Hey guys, welcome back to round 7. Probably the last round if we win. Based on like last week, I don't know what the turnout was last week, but of 15, 5, and 2s, 4 went into the top 8, 11. So that means they were like 3 or 4 that actually didn't even get in the top 16, which is unfortunate. So that doesn't happen. But you know, I guess we gotta win first. But even if we 4-3, we get our money back, I suppose. Still, we'd rather have the win. Well, we'd rather have the top 8, obviously. We'll see how it goes. I feel like we kind of like have gone through a portion of bad luck for the evening against Lance and Turbo Depths, like both of which are favorable. Lance especially, a very favorable matchup. There might have been that misplay, like it might have been right to lead with the fetch against Lance in case of turn 1 port. Like that is one of their... They need certain things to happen to win, and that's one of the possibilities. So JPA, this person used to be on Reanimator, but I think recently they're on Sneak and Show. They had a list last week. This hand is not great. We've got Acceleration. We actually, like, if they are on Sneak and Show, we can, like, turn 1 Wild Growth into Wild Growth on the Sanctum, into Ground Seal, into, like... But the acceleration isn't that important against Snake and Show because, like, Living Wish is actually, like, you don't... It's the one deck where you don't actually need to cast the thing you get with Living Wish. So, I think we need a mulligan that. Ah, come on. Alright, fine. It's got one thing we want. I'm not gonna, like, risk if they're not on Sneak and Show and they just blow me out with Wasteland, I'm not going to risk it. But even though having the Oblivion Ring is like really important, we still need like something to follow it up. We can't just ride the single Oblivion Ring. Especially if they have like a Grizzlebrand. Oblivion Ring isn't that. That's a really good top deck. Could have Blood Moon, I suppose, main deck, which would be a reason to put it on the Bayou actually, so that it makes mana instead of just red mana. Okay, our draws were really good. Mainly that Argothian was good, and then having the Abundant Growth, and then Gale's Permanent Growth too. We do want to find a Grass or a Wish for Caracas so that we have a plan against Sneak Attack. We already have a plan against Show and Tell. We don't have anything right now against a Sneak Attack. They could go like Ancient Tomb, Lotus Petal, and then we'd be in trouble. I'm going to assume they don't have main deck Blood Moon. So that would make that fall off. That's a good draw. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I see no reason not to just hold off on the same time. Let them not let them in on like what our clock is looking like. Grass is good because it makes Sneak Attack a much worse draw here. Because having 4 mana to draw the Sneak Attack and that's a really good top of the deck. Alright, we're getting pretty lucky here, to be honest. Don't want that. Do we need the green mana? We're going to sprawl here. We're going to tap this for green. We're going to play the Sanctum first, tap it, and that lead with Presence, draw a card, have 1 over for the sprawl. So maybe we want that green. We're going to have another grass coming up anyway. So I guess we don't want that. It's actually right to lead with that so we don't burden up the sprawl too much. The Bayou too much. They could like have something wacky like main deck Blood Moon, which will make the sprawls fall off. Because it won't be forced anymore. But whatever. We should have this at this point, I think. But let's not jinx ourselves, I guess. I suppose there's nothing to do but play the fucking Argothian and pass. Next turn, our only card draw is Dreamwake, because obviously we don't want to play that over. But I guess we've got the Guile as well, of course. Well, we don't need all these fucking lands, that's for sure. Now, if they're on Omnitel, though, that could be a problem. Conning Wish. Intuition. Okay. I hope I don't. Probably could have like looked at his list before making all these decisions. So, what's their wish board like? They do have 3 Omniscience. I don't like that, because Omniscience is one of the scarier cards. Oh shit, they got a Trick Bind. I hope that's not true. Don't have a trip bind. Okay. Let's just go off here. No. Put another one with fewer wild growths so that we can decide on the color later. I'm just going to play as many free spells as I can. Other berry. Is this what going off looks like? It is. What should we get here? 18? Oh, no reason not to, I suppose. What we're really looking for is the second sanctum. There we go. So now we can freely just fucking cast all our wishes. They can't count them all. Emrakul and go. So we got streamed. I just saw a friend of mine watches a lot of streams and let me know that our Miracles opponent has a stream. I don't know, I think I've seen that name, maybe I should have recognized it. But I was just watching it and watching people like commenting on it, and people were like, there was like at least one person like talking about like countering the win conditions against Enchantress. That's a mistake. Like, if you let me draw my whole fucking deck and have 1,000,000 mana, like, I'm just going to cast all the win conditions on one turn. You don't have the ability to counter them all. It's just not possible. I don't know. I'm assuming that's not what this guy did, but, yeah. It would have been a mistake if that was their plan. Especially since, like, you're going to have to give up some of your combo pieces here. I'm actually just going to let that go. I could pay for that, I suppose. I'm not going to. All right. Now, 12, 14. I could actually just play a basic forest here, which I think is funnier, personally. Unless I miscounted, in which case it's no longer funny. Yeah, all right. Good start, good start. So, game 2. Doomwake is obviously pretty buyout. Like us, their sideboard is limited. You would expect them to bring in, like, probably Pyroclasm. Assuming this is still their list. Kozilek's Return, maybe? They are on sneak attack, though, right? Yeah. So I'm definitely going to want to bring in Gaddock. Because I like Pride Mage, so I can Zenith it into play. That's why you want one that like works at instant speed, like Wicker Bow or Pride Mage, rather than 2 like Knight of Autumns. Is actually a lot of it is for this matchup, so you can turn Zenith into Pride Mage and then like just leave the 1 mana open when you need a fight over the Omniscience or whatever the fuck. And the Eye of Chaos is going to be really important if they're since they're on the Kaniwish version. Caracas is going to be one of our big wish targets. If we've already got a plan for fucking show and tell, and we need something for sneak attack, we're going to want to get Friction Revoker. Of course, it doesn't do anything. Confinement, normally I would say it doesn't do anything. I guess we're just running the one intuition. I guess Omnitel I might leave in solitary confinement, mainly because it stops intuition. Intuition's actually targets. But against this version, I think I'm going to let it go. I'm going to drop one of the Argothians. You have to play a little bit more of the control role here. And by cutting that, I'm reducing my vulnerability to Pyroclasm as well. Like I generally would rather have any one of these. Well, I guess Getic and Bright Mage can die to Pyroclasm as well. But what else do we want? Oh yeah, you need to bring in Emrakul. Like one for release the ants, but also for like show and tell. All right. Sorry guys, I need to do some real quick Tharncrum. I think we can let a Wild Growth go. And one Presence. I don't want to let the Replenish go because it can get back like Choke or in the Eye of Chaos. Alright, fine. I don't know. Oh, Ground Seal. Fuck. I just forgot to side out Ground Seals. Yeah, I don't know. I probably could have sided out at least one. Well, this doesn't do that much. No, it doesn't do much. And we're on the draw, so the scry is worth something. Alright, that's pretty good. I think we'll keep that because we want the Abundant Growth to go with the Invocation. And also, so like it's like card neutral, kind of. Except we have to spend 1 mana casting it, but we'll need it for the Invocation later. We are going to definitely lead off with the growth. So, if in you or them, what would you side out? Maybe Sneak Attack to like make grass this week? I don't know. So I'm not sure what to wish for. Like, Knight of Autumn would help answer Omniscience, but not if they have... So since I'm not sure what to wish for, maybe I don't wish. Maybe a Invocation. No, Abundant Growth and then Invocation. I can Abundant Growth and then wish. That's probably better. Then if I draw an Oblivion Rain, I'll know what I want to get at. Maybe. Okay. So that's the perfect draw, obviously. So we're gonna get the Lowing Wish to help with sneak attack, since we've theoretically got an answer for maybe we get Revoker. Yeah, I think I want to get Revoker. I don't know, maybe Caracas was right. Or they just have it. Alright, well, yeah. What are you gonna do, I suppose? So, we're technically, so we can actually, like, if they don't have any other guys in hand, we could theoretically get out of this if they just have really bad draws. So I'm not going to scoop just yet, but obviously things aren't looking too great for our heroes. Let's go ahead. If they have another creature, obviously we're just fucking dead, and there's nothing we can do. And they do. That's it. Okay, well, we know I didn't slide out Sneak Attack. I mean, if they just have it. So Ground Seal, yeah, Ground Seal can leave. Do Do we think... Maybe we just want to play Revoker main deck instead of the Ground Seal. But then do we need this many? Like, probably Invocation is not as good here as Presence then, with like Choke and Chaos don't do anything with Invocation. And Invocation actually is mainly, well, it's good because like they can't run us out of O-Rains as easily. Like if they show and tell and then like set up for a second show and tell. I don't know, I think I'd rather have the Revoker. I think I wouldn't want to lose the Wild Growth on the play though. I don't know, it's probably fine. Because Living Wish is like more active, I think you can afford to cut the mana source because, like, again, you don't have to cast the thing that you get with Living Wish. I don't know. Maybe bringing it back to basics is right, but like they have a lot of basics as well. Like City of Traders, it's not like the greatest thing to hit. I mean, you're not likely to. I like that a lot. We're gonna name blue then, obviously, because we never really want to cast the Oblivion Ring. We just want to have it in hand. We brought in the Emrakul, right? Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. I'm a little disappointed by our matches against Turbo Depths and Lands. Like, we're in this position where this game determines like whether we make anything or not. I guess tiebreakers as well. But I'm just gonna go for the fucking choke, especially since I've got the other one. Yeah. But what was I saying? If they have it's probably just ready to write to Zenith here for Gaddock. They can't sneak attack. They can't show and tell. Okay, what are their paths? If they have this plus Ancient Tomb plus Lotus Petal, they can cast Sneak Attack, but they can't activate it unless they have a second Lotus Petal. And it's just very unlikely. So it's probably not right to like concentrate too much on that. It's probably right to get the Eye of Chaos out, because Show and Tell is a more likely out. If they Show and Tell and Omniscience, we've seen their board, we know that they have the ability to like deal with an Oblivion Ring if they also have the Cunning Wish. So, you know, either way, you're taking a chance here. But I'm going to go for In the Eye of Chaos first. Either one would also shut off future Force of Wills, whether it's Gaddock Teague or In the Eye of Chaos. I think In the Eye of Chaos is right here. I don't know, maybe they do have like double paddle here and we're just fucking dead. But Now, we could get an Enchantress to try to go off, start going off next turn, but we don't really want to cast the Oblivion Rune anyway. I think it's better to play it conservative, get the Gaddock Teague, cut off their access to engineered explosives if they're running it, as well as primarily show and tell. Or not show and tell, sneak attack. So now show and tell is the only out they have. And it's not much pressure, obviously, but if we can attack them a few times with the fetches, it can reduce their ability to Grizzlebrand out of this situation. And to turn Brainstorm? That's a bold move. How many actual blue sources do they have? 3, 6. 3 are down. 3 to go. Of course, we can't stop Ancient Tomb, but we can whittle down their life so that it's not as... They don't have as long to use it. Interesting. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. If this list is the same, that reduces them to 1 more blue source. They could be digging for, I don't know what, petals, probably. It's the main thing they want. I wonder if this person also has a stream. I've seen them several times. No, I guess not. Even if we do win this one, my tiebreakers I don't think are good. A few of my first round opponents just sort of like dropped. Stoneblade guy like dropped pretty early. I guess we just keep doing this. Should we pop these fetches? I guess we can pop 1. Right. Select. I suppose there's no reason not to Invocation here, except maybe if I draw an Enchantress. But with Invocation, I can make sure they can't, like, I think this person actually main decks Bounce. We might as well copy the choke, I suppose. I don't know. I guess I could have, like, a Chain of Vapor or some shit. I don't know. No reason to let them have the out, I suppose. Alright, nice. Let's attack first. Now, what are their outs at this point? End of turn, something, something, Gadictique. Caracas, pretty much, like, with 2 chokes on the board, it's hard to imagine what they can do that gets around Caracas plus Oblivion Rain in hand. I guess there's like Argothian. What are their outs? We have a minute here. This is a game 3. Let's think about this. Sorry if it's not very entertaining. But obviously Besaju wouldn't come in. Though it wouldn't be bad here, but they wouldn't have anticipated that. Pyroclasm into something, into Sneak Attack? Pyroclasm into Sneak Attack, probably. But, yeah, they'd be incredibly tight on mana, so Caracas, I think. I think it's Caracas. I guess that also protects us against, like... I guess we could save him if they Pyroclasm. But that might be dangerous, I don't know. Probably wouldn't be right. This is kind of their last turn. Because they can't use the tomb after we attack. Well, they can use one of these two, but not both next turn. I guess this doesn't matter, because if that's still their current list, because it's out of targets. I guess just for shuffling for a brainstorm or something. So, not necessarily their last turn. They could use this once. They'll still be at 1. But they do obviously have a very limited number of outs at this point. Yeah, of Chaos. We can't really tell how much work it's doing, but one suspects that it's doing a lot. I suppose Force and Will, it doesn't matter. Gaddock is stopping that, but Intuition, Wish, Impulse. The counters I'm less concerned about. It's definitely done a lot of work in conjunction with Choke on making those brainstorms really bad. That's what I was talking about, like stuff that stacks earlier, like Choke with Grass in the Eye of Chaos. I partially like because it stacks with all these other taxing effects. You know, it'd be nice to be able to fit Suppression Field in, but well, you'd have to cut Guile because you couldn't really support fetches. Not as many anyway. So I don't know. I do like, also Suppression Field works well with Invocation. It's a nice thing to be able to copy. Having like 3 Suppression Fields out against a lot of decks is good. Although I've seen people bring in Suppression Field here. If you are running it, I really don't recommend that. Like Caracas is one of your best friends. Seal of Primordium, which normally, like this is the first list I've run in a year that hasn't had Seal of Primordium in it, and it's really good against them. Kazali Pride Mage. I mean, I guess those are like the main ones, but those are all really important cards against them. I'm going to go ahead and thin the deck, I suppose. Is there any reason not to? I'm really tired of drawing lands. We can actually take an Emrakul hit here. We could even sacrifice the choke, like, because we also have the other one, and the Invocation, and list some lands. But they don't have any lands either, because of choke. Joyful? I hope that's their last island. Well, we don't need the drop, obviously, nor do we want it, and the buy is not very good, so I guess they could have a Blood Moon. Whatever, we're just thinning the deck here. Wow, nice. I guess I can't complain too much since the non-lands I did draw were really good. But man, oh man, have I drawn a lot of lands. And like, we're just at this point trying to get around we're trying to shut off Ancient Tomb and get around it like an Emrakul hit. So yeah. Okay, here it comes. What you got? They can't sneak attack, right? They need to kill this guy first. Alright, they've got... Ooh, they do have the ability to Cunning Wish, but not to cast whatever they Cunning Wish for. Where's the brain up so it doesn't do anything? Still pretty incredible how many lands we drew, but I think we got there anyway. But let's see. The last hurrah for Team JPA 93. I think if they pass, I'm actually going to copy O-Rain hitting the Lotus Petal. Lotus Petals are pretty valuable for them, given choke and all. So being able to hit that's pretty good. Alright. Okay, we got it, guys. Alright, 5 and 2. Respectable showing. Man, this like Garuk person has been the last every time. And ZD, so that's the person I was talking about, the Miracles player that was but I thought they stopped because like I was able to watch the video, which I thought you could only do if they like stopped streaming. Was it MZD? Well, still, I've been meaning to do one of these in a while. It's a little bit hard because I'm in Brussels, so it's like already 11 p.m. my time. And like, if I do make top 8, that's gonna be like actually getting like to the point of like late and frustrating. I really hope I make top 16 though. I don't wanna. It would be really frustrating if like our tiebreakers were such that we only get our money back instead of like some sort of profit. Like if you get top 16, you get 10, 50 extra points, which is like, okay, maybe it's a profit in 10 boxes. That's okay. It's a pretty big difference between that and top 8. Really big difference. It's probably all down to tiebreakers. But it looks like we were in the upper third in the end. Like, even though our first couple of round opponents didn't do well, the fact that like we took our losses pretty late is good, because it means like over time our win percentage is going to go up. Our opponent win percentage, I mean. Yeah, let's talk about the deck for a second before I log off. Actually, you know what? I'll be back in a minute whenever, and we'll find out where our tiebreakers put us. So I'll see you guys in a sec. Hey guys, alright, so we ended up in 14th place. 3, 5, and 2s made it, but we were not among them. No 5 and 2s are outside the 16, so at least that's like, yeah, nice. But yeah, so we didn't make it, but the deck performed pretty well. You know, I think even in the matchups we lost, we got really unlucky. The hardest, but I guess, you know, we also got pretty lucky with pairings. Our hardest matchup was Sneak and Show, which is normally about 50-50, and we won it. You know, it was kind of tense. We definitely got land-footed in game 3, but like the cards that we did draw were a good combination. The deck performed pretty well, I thought. This is the same list that I 5-0'd with recently. I think the lower curve is paying off, even though they're like kind of like modest changes. You know, slimming a binding to an O-ring, getting a wish instead of Eidolon. I think those changes like have added up and helped really like smooth it out. You know, the list is always in flux though. Like, and if you've watched any of my other videos, you'll see that like I change fairly frequently. Like that's just part of that is the wish board. Part of that is like the metagame is evolving a lot right now. Like since the Deathrite ban, there hasn't been like a predictable metagame for more than a couple of weeks, which is good. But you know, it does mean you have to like roll with the times. Invocation was really solid the whole time. I think Replenish was good. Guile was definitely good. I don't know if Ground Seal really came up all that much. I guess it did. The fourth wish I think was good. We didn't run into too many situations where we had too many wishes. I do think having the fourth turned out pretty well. And the Eye of Chaos was really was good a few times there, I think, especially in the last match. Back to basics, I don't think we even saw it this tournament, but it's been pretty good before. And Choke, as always, is an MVP in the sideboard. Really wish we could get. Oh wait, actually, maybe are the Tempest ones online? I don't know. Should I get those? I don't really like the white border. They're probably online, right? Anyway. Alright. Thanks for watching, guys. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking into this for the first time, I think I heartily endorse this list. Like, more or less. There's definitely like some flex spots in it, but like it's pretty solid right now. Estrid's Invocation really gives the deck a big shot in the arm, and like just like a whole new angle to for the opponent to deal with, while also being like the Swiss Army knife that can like be another board affecting card, or you know another or a draw engine all on its own with like cards that are definitely not going to get countered normally. Yeah, So, I think like Replenish is also really saucy, and like that's definitely a card that I think other Enchantress players like. I guess if you're on Rest in Peace, you know it's pretty obvious why you wouldn't play it, but like I don't think this card gets as much love as it should, considering how powerful it is. But yeah, I think that's all I got. Signing off.